1, 2, 3. Buongiorno a tutti, xin kính chào tất cả mọi người. Buenos días. Bom dia, Portuguese. Bom dia. Ok. Xin mời những người có thể ở dưới đó, cứ mạnh dạn đi lên trên mấy hàng ghế đầu nè. Mời cha Điệp lên mấy hàng ghế đầu. Đó, vậy nếu muốn cứ lên gần nè. Chiedo gentilmente a quelli che sono indietro di venire più avanti perché ci sono. Xin mời để nhường lại những chỗ sau cho những người mà đến trễ đó. Họ đến trễ thì chắc chắn là họ sẽ.
Those who are in the back, can you please move forward to fill in the seats in the front? So that we can fill in the seats in the front and leave the back. Thank you.
Allora qui ancora sì, prego. 4 posti ancora in avanti. Chi vuole? Sì.
There are still 4 more seats in front if any of you in the back would like to move forward. Yes, you're welcome to move forward if you would like.
Allora.
Once again, welcome to everyone. We still have 20 minutes before the beginning. And so I will say something now to the translators. I will speak in Italian. I will say everything in Italian. And the initial prayer we will also do in Italian. We will pray in Our Father, and then we will pray to God for the intercession, through the intercession of the Venerable Cardinal Van Thuận. We will pray that prayer that is printed on the back of his holy card, the holy card of the Cardinal. And we will pray it in Italian. You can be in communion with the prayer in silence. And at the end, we will say together, Amen. Thank you for coming. Many people already at this time and in this rainy morning. We are preparing the projector especially for the first presentation of the Cardinal, and Father Ambrogio will speak about his life. There will be some really interesting images to see together, that we can see together. And I thank Father Ambrogio for this presentation. In the meantime, I can explain to you about the folder that you received and what's inside. The translators can translate. Yes. Yes. Okay, are the translators okay? We entered yes. So what's contained in the folder that you received, the first thing is on a sheet of paper is the program. The program has the image of the cardinal on the front, and then inside is the program. And on the back is the prayer to obtain graces from the cardinal, which I spoke about before. And so we will pray first, like I said, an Our Father and then the prayer. We will say this prayer after the Our Father. And Cardinal Pell has just arrived.
C'è il volume, sorella.
Sì, l'ho fatto tutto al massimo.
Ascolta un attimo. La cuffia.
Forse sono io la sorda. E sente soltanto da una parte.
Si sente proprio anche un bel cuffia.
Forse le mettiamo da.
Ce n'è un'altra cuffia?
C'è quella.
No, c'è un jack piccolo.
Ah.
Non c'è, mi passi una cuffia?
Ok, perfetto. Ottimo. Grazie. Okay, I apologize. My earphones were not working. So he's explaining the program, and there's also bookmarks that are in commemoration of this symposium. You can take them home with you. And also, there's an image, a beautiful image of the cardinal that you can take home with you. Thank you to the organizers of the event. And then there's some sheets of paper that you can use during the conferences. So the symposium, if you look at the program that you have in your folder, there will be conferences, and at the end there will be a type of debate at the end. And so with those sheets of paper, so you can take notes or you can write down questions. So during the conferences, if you have any questions and you think about any questions, you can write them down. And then at the end, you can ask questions. You can ask questions in your own language. So you just have to say at the beginning, I'm going to speak in Italian, or I'm going to speak in Portuguese, or something like that. Or you can say, I speak English. And you can even speak in Vietnamese. This time of questions at the end will be 30 minutes long. And after that this will happen after the third conference. Can you hear me? Those who are listening in English, can you hear me?
I don't hear you. I hear Portuguese fine. Italian is fine.
Those who are listening in English, can you hear me now?
Go to WhatsApp again.
It's 1.
Chinese. Let me see if I can hear Chinese.
Can you
I can
tell?
I can hear. I'm gonna tell.
Ma se sta parlando?
Sì, dicendo qualche prova e non si
No, ma c'è un ritardo di almeno 30 secondi con... Adesso arrivo da fuori.
Quando sta in rosso mi sentono, no?
Quando sta rosso sta parlando.
Okay.
Parla.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, so 30 seconds. 30 seconds retardo.
Can you hear me?
Sorella,
Yeah.
Okay.
Sì, bene, bene, bene.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A little piece of information for the moment when we inaugurate the hall after the symposium. During the time of the benediction, we are invited to leave this hall and go to another place, following the indications of those who will guide us. And we will go there. The room is on a higher floor, so the young people, please, can you walk up the stairs? And then the ones that are less young, so I won't say elderly, can you, the less young or the people who have difficulties of walking, can you please, you can use the elevator if you would like. So we will all go together after the symposium. We will all go together towards the hall that will be dedicated as the Hall of Cardinal Vantuan, which will be dedicated to him inside this diacastery where he worked. So we are waiting a little while because officially everything begins at 9. 9:05.
aspettiamo.
Okay, so now we're going to wait a little bit longer so that until the cardinal arrives. Michael Jerry, the prefect, and some other guests are still arriving. And so I would like the Vietnamese that are here to please prepare a song.
In sentimento di ringraziamento, gratitudine al Signore per l'accompagnamento in ogni momento della vita di un discepolo. E quindi questo canto è proprio un canto molto adatto per la vita del cardinale Văn Thuận. Con lui, con il Signore, cioè colui che canta, ringrazia il Signore per tante le grazie che lui o lei riceve nella sua vita, e con Dio lui o lei non si sente mai solo o sola, e per questo in ogni momento della sua vita lui, lei innalza in canto di ringraziamento al Signore. E questa melodia proprio poi accompagna in contenuto, melodia specificamente vietnamita, molto dolce, eccetera, e anche tutto il sentimento, tutto amore per il Signore. Grazie. Intanto proprio un prete mi ha dato anche tutto il libro dei canti vietnamiti da cantare, cantare proprio qui per ringraziare insieme, e insieme anche con il nostro venerabile Văn Thuận, ringraziare insieme.
So sorry, I pressed the wrong button, and so you didn't hear anything. So anyways, a brief summary of what I just said, of what Father just said. So the song gives thanks to the Lord for who is present with us in every moment of our lives. And we all together, not just the Vietnamese, but all of us together, want to give thanks to the Lord for the life of Cardinal Văn Thuận. And so now Father is telling about the services, the bathrooms that are go out into the hall and go down the left and right on the left. there's availability of them for you. Father also showed a booklet that has songs in Vietnamese. And so now he's inviting us to sing once again another song in Vietnamese to Our Lady. That's Xin Vâng Fiat.
Nói gươm mẹ, xin mẹ dạy con hai tiếng xin vâng. Mẹ ơi, đường đi trăm ngàn nguy khó, hiểm nguy dâng tràn đầy đó. Xin mẹ dạy con hai tiếng xin vâng. Xin vâng, mẹ dạy con hai tiếng xin vâng. Hôm qua, hôm nay và ngày mai, xin vâng. Mẹ dạy con hai tiếng xin vâng. Hôm nay, tương lai và suốt đời. Hát lại điệp khúc. Xin vâng, mẹ dạy con hai tiếng xin vâng. Hôm qua, hôm nay và ngày mai, xin vâng. Mẹ dạy con hai tiếng xin vâng. Hôm nay, tương lai và suốt đời. Questo è un canto proprio alla Madonna, chiedendo alla Madonna nostra.
This is a traditional song to Our Lady that we will always say, Fiat, may it be done according to thy word. It's a song that's very, very ancient in the Vietnamese church. And I thought Cardinal Văn Thuận perhaps also sang this song. Many times perhaps he sang this song. Today we sang this song again, once again, on the day of Our Lady of Sorrows. And we ask Our Lady to help us to also give our fiat. Good day, Your Eminence. An applause for all of our guests. Welcome. Good morning and welcome to this, not just a symposium, but a great feast, a great celebration. 20 years of the death of Cardinal Văn Thuận. Father Dinhan Nguyen will be our moderator, the moderator of this celebration, of this international symposium of the life, holiness, and mission of Cardinal Văn Thuận. I want to express my joy together with all the other collaborators and organizers to greet and thank Cardinal Czerny, who is our prefect here. And I would also like to welcome Cardinal Ray, who is the deacon of the cardinals, and also Cardinal Pell, who is also here. And Sister Alessandra, who is the secretary of the dicastery, this dicastery, and Father Fabio Biagio, who is who's the undersecretary of the dicastery, and Father Joseph Tower, who's the rector of the Iglesia of the Church Santa Maria in Scala, where our cardinal is buried. And in this church, we will also have adoration in the afternoon. And we also want to welcome and greet Dr. Hingelman, who is the postulator of the cause, and also the speakers today, Father Ambrogio, Father Marco Luis da Silva, and also Monsignor Bernard Munoz, who is an official of the dicastery. And we also want to greet Father Ninkom Lit, president of the Association of Vietnamese Religious here in Rome, and also the secretary of the same association, and also Father Deep and Miss Phong Yiri, with a group of pilgrims from Washington and Canada, Vietnamese group, and they've came specifically for this symposium. And I also greet all other Vietnamese pilgrims who have come individually, even from Spain, and also you who are from Rome. And I greet all of our illustrious guests, even if I haven't named you specifically. And so now we will greet with an applause all of our guests. And now, Eminence, with your permission, may we begin with the initial prayer. And so we will stand up and say in Our Father, and then I will recite the prayer to God for the intercession of Cardinal Vantuan, and you respond at the end. You follow the prayer in silence. It's in the back of the program, and you just pray in silence. In the name of the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, amen. You can pray the Our Father in English. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
Ed eterno, Padre, Figlio e Spirito Santo, ti rendo grazie per aver donato alla Chiesa la testimonianza eroica del cardinale François Xavier Nguyen Van Thuận. La sofferta esperienza del carcere, vissuta in unione a Cristo crocifisso e sotto la materna protezione di Maria, forgiò un testimone fulgido per la Chiesa e per il mondo di unità e di perdono, di giustizia e di pace. La sua amabile persona e il suo ministero episcopale irradiarono la luce della fede, l'entusiasmo della speranza e il calore della carità. Concedici ora, per sua intercessione, secondo la tua volontà, la grazia che imploriamo nella speranza di vederlo presto elevato all'onore degli altri. Amen. Nel nome del Padre, del Figlio e dello Spirito Santo.
Amen. Thank you for praying together. And I will also greet in a special way all those who are following online in YouTube. And so we will applaud them who are online. Welcome to all those who are online. Because, of course, our hall, the room is limited, the space is limited, so not everyone who would have wanted to come, or those in different places of the world who also speak different languages, it's necessary that they follow online. So My name is Father Nyung Nyun. I'm a Franciscan and Secretary General of the Pontific Union of Missionaries. And so now I will pass the word to Cardinal Michael Czerny, His Eminence, who's the prefect of our dicastery. Thank you. Your Eminences, Your Excellencies, my dear brothers and sisters, for me it is a great joy to give greeting today to the all the participants of this symposium, those who are here and those who are following online. This symposium of Van Thuận, Life, Holiness, and Mission. Tomorrow is the 20th anniversary of the death of His Eminence Cardinal Van Thuận. And this dicastery commemorates his person. In this first symposium commemorating his life, and we commemorate it also with prayer together and the Mass together in Santa Maria della Scala, and also a Mass tomorrow in Santa Maria in Trastevere. I would like to start, first of all, thanking our Lord for having given to the Church the figure of Cardinal Van Thuận. The greater part of the people who are present we did not have the opportunity to know the Cardinal, but we have known him indirectly through his writings, through his meditations, through his prayers, as well as through the testimony of those who have known him during his life. Those who have known him tell us stories and situations in his life, and they tell us these stories with illumination in their faces, and they bring us closer to the faith, to the unbreakable faith, and to the unconditional love of neighbor of this great cardinal. And so we start with the very difficult persecution that the Cardinal Van Thuận received due to his Christian faith, his long imprisonment alone in a dark cell, but close to our Lord, who he was able to meet in the Eucharist, as well as in the other prisoners. We can't ignore today so many Christians who are persecuted and killed because of their faith, even today. Blessed be you when you are insulted, persecuted, and treated in every way, bad way, for my cause. Blessed be you, because great will be your recompense in heaven. The witness of the life and faith of Cardinal Van Thuận, which we will have an opportunity to know better and to reflect upon during this symposium, is a great grace for us, and I congratulate you to share, and I welcome you to share the witness of his life, especially for the young people today who are suffering from the consequences of the pandemia and of the war in the Ukraine. May the life of the Cardinal be a source, even for us, of a witness of Jesus in the Eucharist and in our neighbor, May Our Lady protect us and guide us, just as Cardinal Vantuan, who had a devotion to the Cardinal even from his childhood. He says that he learned about this devotion from his mother. He says, "My mother instilled in me this love for Our Lady, even from my childhood." We could admire in this room the image of Our Lady, the patroness of Vietnam. This statue was donated by the people of Ho Chi Minh when the cause of the Cardinal began. At the end of the encounter, we will go to a room that will be dedicated in his honor. It's our conference room, and it will be rededicated to Cardinal Vantuan. And in this way, we will have a permanent remembrance of the Cardinal, a remembrance of his faith, as well as his work for the dicastery. As president of the Council of Peace and Justice, he helped to publish the Compendium of Social Doctrine, published by this dicastery. And so I want to give some thanks and greetings especially to those who, with generosity and animated by their devotion to Cardinal Vantuan, who have made it possible for today's conferences, especially to the moderators, to all of you who are present in person and online. May Cardinal Vantuan protect us always. Amen.
Grazie mille, Eminenza, grazie mille.
Thank you so much, Eminence, for this and for this announcement of the inauguration of the conference room dedicated to Cardinal Vantuan. And now, immediately, we will pass the mic to Dr. Valderi Hingelman, who is the postulator of the cause. And he's going to let us know about the beatification of the cause now. Because we know that all of you who are participating, present and online, and all of you who follow this process in some way or another, you want to know some information, some new information about how the beatification, the cause of beatification is going. And so now Dr. Walderi will speak to us about this. Thank you. Thank you, Your Eminence. Welcome to everyone. I will try to not give you too many technical details, which you might not be interested in, but I'll give you a quick panoramic vision of how the cause is going, and then I'll give time to the other relators. During his life, the Cardinal called attention to himself because of his faith, because of his hope, because of his unity, because of his charity. This perception of holiness, joined to his simplicity in prayer, his union with God, especially as it grew, as we came closer to his death, September 16th, 2002. During his funeral, an extraordinary homily from John Paul II highlighted were his virtues, his human virtues, and his holiness. Especially in his guiding of the Pontifical Council of Justice and Peace. Soon after his death and burial, the reputation of holiness grew all over the world. And also a witness of signs. People who came and they were giving testimony through their prayer. And so the Dicastery of Justice and Peace thought we should start the cause of canonization. This matured very quickly. Imagine, only 6 years after the death of the cardinal came the request for the cause of canonization. And it was inaugurated in 2010 after the preliminary requirements were resolved. And so there was a very serious discernment in the beginning. And when this was done, the cause was open.
Alle 10 c'è stato un lavoro immenso da parte del Tribunale.
Then the diocesan tribunal held a very intense investigation to get all of the witnesses. It's a very high level of witnesses. For example, listening to 20 people who say the same thing, say, well, there's a unanimous description of the cardinal. And Cardinal Vantuan, he's known in all the corners of the world. And so now the tribunal went out to all the corners of the world to hear witnesses. So in Paris, Cologne, Freiburg, Brooklyn, Orange County, Sydney, Melbourne in Australia. So there was a universal trip. And then in those places, people from other countries came because it was easier to give their witnesses. And so the tribunal gave space to listen to everyone. And so this tribunal in June 2013, the collection of the witnesses was closed and all the material was archived, and it was a mountain of paperwork and an enormous memorial of what the cardinal has left for us. And so then the cows entered into the dicastery of the cause of saints, and so entered into the second phase. So no longer collecting testimonies, but now study the testimonies. Study the results of this collection of testimonies. And to make a thesis, a type of a thesis that gives the conclusion, an organic conclusion of his life and virtues. And following that, theologians, a group of 9 theologians were called to express their opinion over this summary of the life of the cardinal, to see if there were heroic virtues which are necessary for the cause of the saints, and the judgment was unanimous that yes, there were heroic virtues present. And then the cardinals also said yes. And so Cardinal Angelo Amato was given the green light to open the process, and request to the Holy Father that the Church recognizes the heroic virtues of the Cardinal. And this brings us to the 4th of May of 2017, and he was declared venerable by the Church. And so with this declaration of venerable, we come to a special time in the cause of canonization. And so now we can go forward towards the very desired beatification of Vantuan. So the Church requests that those who are not martyrs, there be a miracle as a sort of a seal, so to speak, upon the life of the cardinal, so that he shows that he is with God. And so this miracle required will lead us towards the beatification. So there have been some amazing and marvelous examples of possible miracles, but none of them have gone forward because it is so strict and it takes time. So there are some miracles of presumed healings. We have collected all the documentation, the clinical documentation, and we presented witnesses from medical personnel. And so it's always been discouraged to go forward because these cases always had some sort of fragile moment where maybe there was a medical explanation perhaps, and so maybe these were not appropriate miracles, presumed miracles. But this did not discourage us at all. And so we have now started studying a case of a person who is in Vietnam, who was presumably healed in Vietnam. Of course, very serious and very, it takes a lot of work because we're talking about translating from Vietnamese all of the medical documentation, all of the formal documentation that needs to be translated. But we want you to know that there are a lot of people behind this cause. There's movement behind this cause, and we are working towards the cause. So many people are praying for this. As postulator, I can say that it is a living cause. It's not sleeping. It's a living cause because the people of God maintain this cause in life. The people are promoting this. So we just receive it as a living cause. And so thank you so much for being here, for being witnesses to the life of this cause of beatification. And so I obviously want to thank our superior, Cardinal Czerny, and all of those who are sustaining this cause and who are here today. And I would like to thank the Holy Father as well, because he in his magisterium, he's spoken about Cardinal Vantuan as a figure of inspiration for us. Even in his last homily, one of his last homilies during the presentation of the new cardinals, he spoke about Cardinal Vantuan as an example of a bishop who gives his life to the extreme for the people of God. And so we want to once again renew our joy of that Pope Francis continues to hold up the cardinal as a witness, as a pastor in the church. And we would also like to welcome in Father Ambrogio, who was ordained deacon by the cardinal, and so he's a religious. There's a wonderful relationship between Cardinal Vantuan and Father Ambrogio, of this friendship that started in Vietnam. And Father Ambrogio now is a member of the Historical Commission of the cause of Cardinal Vantuan. And so we thank Father Ambrogio for coming today. And we thank Father Monuno, who is sitting in the back. We thank Monsignor Monuno because he is also a privileged witness, because he worked together with Cardinal Vantuan in, at the time, the Council of Justice and Peace. And he also worked together with the Compendium of Social Doctrine. He also accompanied Cardinal Vantuan in many trips in Africa. So we could say he's a missionary together with Cardinal Vantuan. And we also welcome Father Marco Luis da Silva, who is the vice postulator of the cause. And he is also the director of Radio Maria in Portugal. He's very faithful. He's very faithful to the Cardinal. He has a great friendship with the postulation, and he divulges in a stupendous way the life of Cardinal Vantuan. He's even written a book, and he goes throughout the world in Portuguese, in his parish, in pastoral events in Brazil, where he's gone to give conferences in Africa, in Italy. And so also to you, Father Marco, thank you very much for being here and giving witness to your experience of relationship with the Cardinal. And so thank you to all of you, and welcome everyone. Thank you so much to you. Thank you to everyone who's part of the cause of beatification for all that you do to bring it forward. And personally, and each one of us here and who follows online, we want to thank Dr. Higeman and Father Marco Luis for the intense work all of these years and in the future towards the process. And we hand over all of this work to the Lord and to our Mother Church, who follows this process in a rigorous and serious way. And we also join our prayers to this cause. And so now we will go to the first conference of our international conference, which will speak on the life of Cardinal Vantuan. Of course, all of us do know his life, but 20 years later, after his death, Father Ambrogio will try and bring something original about his life. So Father Ambrogio, who's sitting next to me, he's a Franciscan priest. He's Vietnamese. He was born in Nang Thuong in Vietnam, where the cardinal was a bishop, and he finished his studies in his university studies in Rome, and he obtained a doctorate of philosophy in the Antonianum and a doctorate in theology, dogmatic theology, in the Gregorianum, and he taught for many years in the philosophy faculty in the Antonianum, where he also was the deacon at one time, head of the department. He, at the moment, develops his service to the church as a penitentiary in the Basilica of St. John in Lateran in Rome, and he is the postulator of the Vietnamese martyrs. Your Eminence, Excellencies, brothers and sisters, dear friends, the life of the Cardinal is the theme assigned to me for this conference as a part of the commemorative celebration of the 20th anniversary of the death of Cardinal Francis Xavier Nguyen Van Thuan. I was a bit perplexed when confronted with this theme that is so vast and at the same time has already been covered so much in numerous circumstances. For me, it is always beautiful and moving to listen to the Cardinal himself recount with simplicity his life, and in particular, his years of imprisonment. His written or recounted testimonies are an irreplaceable treasure to learn more and to learn better about his life. One only has to listen to the numerous interviews he gave to Vatican News or Viet Catholic News. It is not by chance that in the Positio for the cause of beatification and canonization, the postulator and his collaborators have included a 9-page long list on the life and works of the Venerable. My report, therefore, of a few minutes only, will be very limited and selective. I choose only a few events that seem to me interesting to recall in this memorial of the Cardinal's death, leaving out much of the family history and the long years of formation and ministry. To make my speech simple, I will divide it into 4 parts. 1, love for his parents. 2, love for his homeland. 3, service to the church. And finally, 4, humble love and service to all and total surrender to God. First, love for parents. Francis Xavier Nguyen Van Thuan was born into a family of Catholic traditional Catholic family that was descended from martyrs. He was the second son of a large family of 10 children, 5 boys and 5 girls. After the untimely death of Jan, the firstborn son of Mr. Tadeo Nguyen Van Ma and Mrs. Elizabeth Non Vintinhip, Francis Xavier became the eldest brother of the family. The cardinal does not talk much in public about his uncles or his brothers and sisters. Instead, he does willingly speak of his lovely parents, with whom he had a close and deep relationship. Filial piety, love, and obedience to his parents, which are a fundamental aspect in Vietnamese culture, were deeply rooted in Van Thuan's formation in life. He always urged his parents to pray for and care for their parents. His filial piety is expressed in some beautiful and meaningful moments, particularly in the last years of his life, of their life. Remembering his father, he told his sisters, "Our father was a very humble man, spoke little, worked hard to support the whole family. He loved the poor and shared our possessions with them, giving a piece of the family's land to refugees." The cardinal never forgets the early days of his vocation, when his father would walk with him from home to the Anqiu River, and by boat they would reach the Anyin Seminary. He remembers his father's loving embrace and words before leaving him at the seminary. "My son, pray, always pray. Mother, family, and I are praying for you. God will take care of you in everything." Mr. Died long before his wife on July 1st, 1993 in Australia, now 29 years ago. Venerable has more memories of his mother, who lived until January 27th, 2005, and died at the age of 102. We have heard many personal testimonies about his relationship with his loving mother, collected especially in the book on the Venerable's life published by the Yue family. These are simple and moving gestures that express the love and gentleness of a son towards his mother. During a visit to Australia in 2000, the Venerable stayed with his mother, prayed with her, celebrated Mass for her, took her for walks, and often cooked and prepared luncheons for her or helped her bake. He knew that his mother loved nature so much, and she took great care of her garden, especially the 2 bonsai trees that she even brought to the nursing home. Unfortunately, one of the 2 bonsai trees died. It was a small fig tree in the form of a dragon, the symbol of Vietnam. His mother kept the dried plant in her room. Seeing that his mother loved her bonsai tree so much, one day, on the occasion of Tet, the Vietnamese Lunar New Year, Van Thuan asked a friend to look for Hom Mai flowers, Mai flower, also called the yellow Mai from the Ok Nam family, that were particularly popular at the time of the New Year in Vietnam. The cardinal spent hours with the yellow plastic flowers and the dried plant to create an artistic Hom Mai-like plant to please his mother and comfort her. These are simple gestures, full of love. Here are some photos. Let us look at some pictures of this time. Here is the cardinal cooking with his mother, taking her for a walk, and preparing flowers for her with his own hands. The cardinal cooked with his mother. Many small episodes of this type can be told in the life of Francis Xavier Van Thuan. They reveal to us an important aspect of his life, his cultural roots, his humanity, his simplicity, his gentleness and deep love for his parents and for everyone. Now, love for the homeland, for his homeland. Love for his homeland and for the church also are a part of his tradition and upbringing in his family. In every evening prayer, his mother never forgot to pray for the homeland, for their homeland, and for the church. She did not hold a grudge against those who had harmed her family, especially her brothers and her son. For her, as for her son, it was necessary to live in the present with joy and gratitude, and to look forward to the future with courage. She suffered in silence, prayed, and forgave. Thus we understand the meaning of the poem, You Have a Homeland, written by the Venerable in prison. The bell rings, grave, deep. In Vietnam, praise. The bell rings again, piercing, charged with emotion. Vietnam weeps. The bell is heard again, vibrant, present. Vietnam triumphs. The bell tolls, crystal clear. Vietnam hopes. With moving words, steeped in tears and joy, love and hope, the poem reflects a deep love of the Venerable for his country, Vietnam, and its people. Service to the Church. Father started at a different place. We will begin again. Service to the Church. Van Thuan entered the seminary at the age of 13. From that day, he nurtured a desire to love and serve the Church forever. One only has to reread his pastoral letters written during the 8 years of his ministry as a bishop of Nha Trang to know how much the Venerable loved the Church. They are letters of planning the work to be done, of an organizational nature, but above all, a heartfelt invitation to his faithful to always follow Jesus, to never forget the poor, to promote justice and peace inside and outside the country, to be guided by a spirit of apostolic zeal. With the caring words of a father, he urged his children to be persevering and faithful on the path to holiness, in the footsteps of missionaries and martyrs. in the letter on the occasion of the commemoration of the 300th anniversary of the arrival of Bishop Lambert de la Motte, who, after enormous difficulties and risks, had managed to arrive in Nha Trang on September 1st, 1671. With moving words, the Venerable writes, 300 years have passed since a successor of the apostles first set foot in our Vietnamese land. 300 years since Providence chose this poor place in South Vietnam, which was our diocese of Nha Trang, to welcome the first bishop to a humble parish in Chamoy, close to my home. 300 years of history to be studied and remembered. 300 years of heroic witness of martyrs to be imitated. In his long imprisonment, at least twice, Văn Thuận almost touched death. During absolute isolation in the Phu Kham prison and the agony after his second operation in Mac Mai Hospital in Hanoi. I will now speak only of the Phu Kham event. Phu Kham was a police station that also enclosed a prison of harsh isolation. From the mandatory residence in Ke Vong, where he wrote the famous 1001 Thoughts on Hope, Văn Thuận was transferred to Phu Kham. We're speaking always in Nha Trang. It was the night of March 19th, 1976. Văn Thuận did not know where he had been taken. He only realized later that he was very close to the bishopric because of the noises that he heard. He remembers the days of suffering and despair he spent in the harshest prison of Phu Kham. And the Cardinal relates, as I stood in the Phu Kham prison, in a windowless cell, very hot, I'm suffocating. I feel my lucidity slowly fading to unconsciousness. In the darkness, I saw a hole at the bottom of the wall. So I spent 100 days on the floor, putting my nose in front of this hole to be able to breathe. The notes, the sounds of the bells coming from his cathedral, and the sounds of the waves of the sea made him think with tears and anguish of his diocese and its people who were without a pastor. And he writes, morning and evening in the darkness of my cell, I hear the bells of the cathedral where I resided 8 years. These bells tearing at my heart. It is a tragic moment, physically and spiritually, of Francis's life. His faith is put to the test when everything seems a failure to him. God is enough for him. There is nothing more to hold on to, nothing more to hope for. There, then, with God's grace, one must hope against all hope. He returns the past to God. And with what little will he has left, he decides to follow Jesus to the end, to choose only him and not his works. His love for his diocese and its people, for the universal church and the Pope, is part of this perspective of the following. Fourth point, humble love towards all. I have touched so far, albeit briefly, on a few episodes that somewhat reveal the inner life of Venerable Francis Xavier. Many other aspects of his spiritual life deserve more in-depth study. They are like the drops of fresh water that the Lord has dropped upon him to bring him to life during his pilgrimage through the desert, as he himself confides. Undoubtedly, everything revolves around the theological virtues, but in the following of Christ and the practice of the virtues embodied in the hummus of each person, there are several specific and personal expressions. Two aspects of Francis' spiritual life particularly strike me, and I think also all those who lived with him or knew him. Fraternal love, humble love towards all, and total abandonment to God. A faithful woman named Tan, taking advantage of the benevolence of the cardinal's custodians while he was in Yangsa, in residential imprisonment. She went to Hanoi to visit him in Yangsa, and she was present at a meeting of the Venerables meeting with a poor sick old woman, and she told me about this afterwards. This poor sick elderly woman from Changsha parish had come to visit the bishop, and she brought him a bowl of hot water with some Vietnamese spinach leaves called rong mung. The bowl was dirty, just as the hands that carried the bowl. But the Venerable welcomed this elderly lady with great joy. Later, when the elderly lady left, Mrs. Tang asked the Venerable, "Father, how could you possibly have drank and eat such a thing?" The Venerable replied, "Child, my daughter, don't you see this poor old elderly lady? She brought me a gift. What an amazing gesture, what a kind gesture, and I gladly accepted it." Born into a powerful, wealthy family and well known for his works, Văn Thuận doesn't regard his family background or his social and ecclesiastical position. He lives a humble and simple life as a sign of sharing with the poor for love of Jesus. With a smile, with gentleness, he always welcomed and put to ease those who he met with. The most beautiful and moving dialogue that we can read and hear is the one between the prisoner and his guards. The Venerable himself recounts it among his memories of his prison years. "Do you truly love us?" the prison guards asked. "Do you truly love us?" "Yes, I love you sincerely. Even when we hurt you, even when you suffer, because you have been in prison for so many years without judgment. Think of the years we have lived together. I truly love you. When you are free, will you not send your people to hurt us and our families? No, I will continue to love you, even if you want to kill me. But why? Because Jesus taught me to love you. If I don't, I'm no longer worthy to be called a Christian. Let us see our cardinal with a poor person. Total abandonment to God. Another fundamental point of the Venerable's interior life is his total and radical surrender to God as a condition of following Christ. To be within the time limits allowed, I will present only a few images without lengthy explanations. Van Thuận often used symbols, images, drawings to express his thought. The Eastern mentality, and particularly the Vietnamese mentality, prefers rather practical language with images, symbols, stories, and parables to theoretical speculation. In a notebook, I found a very interesting page that summarizes the inner journey through the desert that Van Thuận talked about and the transitions from the works of Jesus to Jesus himself, from serving the brothers for Jesus to living with Jesus for the brothers. A passage, but not a break, between action and contemplation, between past, present, and future. Let us look at a picture of this page that I'm going to explain to you. There it is, the page. On the notebook page titled Omnia Mea Tua, written the 23rd of May, 2001. There are 4 drawings, all in the form of a cross. The first drawing, with the letters O-M-T, is a simple explanation of the Latin title of the cited page, Omnia Mea Tua. The second drawing shows 4 abbreviated letters in the Vietnamese language. PPP, meaning
servire, phát triển, progresso, phúc âm, Vangelo, phán sự, ministero.
serving, progress, gospel, ministry, by which the Venerable wants to indicate the apostolic zeal and his life program when he was still bishop in Nang Trang. Next to the explanation of the drawing, he adds, the Cardinal adds, all this I continue to observe. The third drawing that marks a transition in the interior life includes 3 double letters in Vietnamese, CC, TC, CC. Referring to John 17:10. All my things are thine, and all thine are mine. The Venerable confirms his desire to follow Jesus to the end and offer his life as a sacrifice to Jesus and Mary, all out of love, in total abandonment to God. Joining himself to Jesus becomes his new motto. also of interest in this. First, his motto was Gaudium et Spes, his bishop program. And now I have chosen Omnia Mea Tua. Interesting as well as the fourth drawing, 4 months after his appointment as cardinal, and added later to the page mentioned above. This fourth drawing includes 3 initial letters, A, G, E. And the note to it, Chiara, May 17th, 2001, Gesù abbandonato, Eucharistia. The 3 letters, AGE, are none other than Gesù abbandonato e Eucharistia, which means Jesus, forsaken, and Eucharist. It is known that Chiara stands for Chiara Lubitsch, from whom the Venerable is inspired in his meditation on abandonment. In fact, among the many lectures on Jesus forsaken, Chiara Lubitsch said, "The man God on the cross, with all the power of love, overcame the supreme test of feeling forsaken, and in the cry, 'My God, why have you forsaken me?' He forsakes himself back. He forsakes himself back to the Father, reuniting with him, feeling forsaken even by God, in order to totally re-surrender to God. This experience of inner transformation of Francis Xavier Van Thuận had particularly during the tragic moments of the long years of imprisonment. As a conclusion, a long life filled with joys and sufferings, anxieties and hopes, surprises and discoveries, welcomed with disarming simplicity and in total abandonment to God, and lived to the full in every present moment, filling him with love. The Venerable is great, not because of what he did, but because of who he was. He is an example for all of us in our journey toward God, together with our brothers and sisters and all of creation. Thank you for listening.
Grazie tantissimo, Padre Ambrogio.
Thank you very much, Father Ambrogio, for this precious flash, for this precious exposition of the life of Cardinal Van Thuận in these 4 columns. His love for his parents, his love for the nation, his service to the church, and his love, his humble love, and his abandonment, total abandonment to God. Thank you for this illustration, truly original. And above all, for the page of...
Così chi vuole potrà anche vedere.
Thank you so much for letting us know a little bit more, especially this wonderful page that he's put up on the screen that us as Vietnamese, we can actually read this and understand this. And it shares with us something about the spirituality of Cardinal Van Thuận. And thank you once again, Father Ambrogio. And so now we will take a pause. And then we will be able to come back after. We will come back at 10:30. Okay, is that okay? So exactly at 10:35, we will meet here in the hall. Thank you. And so if you go out to the left, you will be able to have some coffee. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Eminence. Please, we will be here at 10:35. Exactly.
Davvero bellissimo, eh?
Sì, sì.
Grazie Eminenza. Ah, ok, sì, sì, ok, ecco. Eh, anzi, sì. Sì, 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 un campana. Sì. Sì, 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 sì. Bene, bentornati a tutti. Allora, giustamente Sua Eminenza Cardinale Giovanni Battista Re ha ricordato che avevo detto proprio alle 10:35 punto, ma purtroppo ecco, a causa di alcune cose tecniche, alcuni non ce l'hanno fatta e ancora stanno aspettando la... se va bene, cominciamo lo stesso. Bene, allora ora 10:45 con 10 minuti in ritardo, però recuperiamo in qualche modo. E quindi presento la nostra seconda conferenza, ecco, sarà sulla santità e proprio questa conferenza
Now we will start the next conference on the holiness. And Father Marco Luis da Silva, he's the vice postulator of the cause. He's sitting next to me. And Father Marco Luis is from the Diocese of Setúbal in Portugal. And I want to say hello to all of the pilgrims who are here from Portugal. And I also greet all those who are listening online and who are here of Portuguese language. Father Marco Luis has been pastor of Almada, a parish in Almada, for 7 years. And from the November 2020, he is the director of Radio Maria in Portugal. And he has been a collaborator of the cause of beatification and canonization of Cardinal Vantuan since 2014 and was named vice postulator at the end of 2019. He has a degree in civil law, theology, and administration of social organizations. In 2020, he published the illustrated biography, The Hero of Hope, in different languages about the Cardinal's life. And with great effort, he has organized and publicized this Congress and the celebrations of the 20 years of death of Cardinal Vantuan. So I greet His Eminence Cardinal Michael Czerny and the most eminent cardinals, Reverend Excellencies, and members of the Dicastery of the Service of Integral and Human Development, and other members of the Roman Curia. Also, most excellent Dr. Waldemar Higman, the postulator, Dr. Luisa Melo, head of the cause for 20 years and former secretary of Cardinal Vantuan, Most Reverend Ambrose Van Soo, member of the Historical Committee of the Cause, Most Reverend Monsignor Bernard Muno, committed members of the Vice Postulation team who are following me here in person and online. To all those present and those accompanying us in this broadcast for the celebration of the 20th anniversary of the death of Cardinal Vantuan, meditating on his life, holiness, and mission, as well as praying this afternoon in the Eucharistic Adoration and the World Rosary from the Roman Church of Santa Maria della Scala, where our dear Venerable Cardinal Vantuan is buried, and also in the solemn Eucharistic celebration, which is celebrated every year on the anniversary of his death, which occurred on September 16th, 2002. Dear brothers and sisters who are devoted to Francis Xavier Vantuan, as I have also been for 20 years, although I have been cooperating in this cause for 10 years, of which I've been vice postulator for 3 years. Talking about Cardinal Vantuan's holiness of life is very easy because his whole life has been like the realization of his Vietnamese name, Van Tuan,
a constant willingness to do God's will, to conform his life to it. He was indeed a docile instrument in the midst of the greatest contrarieties because he did God's will, living the virtues of faith, hope, and charity to the highest degree, as evidenced by his declaration as venerable by Pope Francis 4 years ago. His vocation. Holiness in his vocation. From the moment Father first took Tuan in his arms, he saw that the child as a future priest. Father Tuk did not reveal this dream to Hip, but as soon as Tuan began to learn to read, his uncle whispered in his ear that God was calling him to priesthood. It was in the Annam Minor Seminary that Tuan became more aware of his particular spirituality. He began to pray at the age of 3 under the guidance and influence of his mother, and by the time he was 8 years old, he had developed a strong devotion to Virgin Mary. In the minor seminary, Tuan met many holy men whose faith and spirituality greatly strengthened his own. Van Thuận entrusted himself particularly to the special care of 3 saints that he would take as models: St. Francis Xavier, St. Teresa of the Child Jesus, and St. John Marie Vianney. From then, he learned to live out total abandonment to the will of God, zeal for God's people, and the love of the sacraments and the missionary spirit. Our Lady was already his love from childhood and would remain present in a very clear way throughout his life. In his recovery when he was sick, young priest, during his time as a student in Rome, and his pilgrimages to Marian shrines such as Lourdes and Fatima, during his time in prison, and up to his illness and death, in which, with total trust, he invoked her. Tuan also declared without his usual reserve, "My mother instilled in my heart from an early age this love for Mary." He was happy that the major events in his life always coincided with Marian feasts. Tuan always received great strength from his love for Mary. Now we will see in his life in prison. Tuan's captors intended to have him give in, and it seemed that they were about to succeed. Tuan's mind seemed to play tricks on him, and his near-perfect memory began to fail when he tried to recite even the most familiar prayers. When he could not remember the words of certain prayers, Tuan panicked. He tried to recite the Lord's Prayer and Hail Mary out loud, and was shocked to realize that he was unable to do so. This isolation affected Tuan also in another way. He began to wonder why God allowed him to waste so much time in prison. One day, as he was praying, complaining that he could not serve his people, he heard the following words pass through his mind: "God's works are one thing. God himself is another." Suddenly, he realized that even if he could not do God's works, he could continue to love him, and loving God was more important than loving God's works. It's a lesson for all of us. It's a lesson for all of us. It was a transforming moment of revelation. Tuan imagined Jesus crucified and realized that it was at the very moment when Jesus felt completely alone, with his arms and feet nailed to the cross and his life leaving his body, that he did the most for humanity. At the moment of greatest weakness, Jesus was redeeming the world. Tuan had finally understood the truth that God was revealing to him. During the years he had worked in the Lord's vineyard, he thought he was doing God's work, but it was God who was doing it, and Tuan was only his instrument. How many spiritual lessons we can draw from this spiritual trial in the life of young Bishop Van Thuận. His spiritual life with the Holy Eucharist well in the center. Because some guards turned a blind eye, Tuan managed to get a member of his family to send him wine as medicine for his supposed stomach ache, along with some pieces of bread hidden inside a flashlight. This enabled him to celebrate Mass and give the Eucharist to the Catholics imprisoned with him, but he had to be extremely careful. The guards had kept a constant eye on him. He also had to be careful with his precious supplies. A few drops of wine in the palm of his hand and a few tiny crumbs of bread were enough. Now, with the daily Eucharist, Tuan felt constant joy. I can say with absolute certainty that Van Tuan's love for the Holy Eucharist is the deepest source of his holiness. It is what the people of God, in their sensus fide, must acknowledge in his life, most acknowledge in his life, and gratefully thank God for. In times when the real presence of our Lord Jesus Christ is being questioned, with all the harmful consequences it has for the spiritual life of and for the Church, Van Tuan's testimony invites us to live with deep gratitude for the gift of the Lord's real presence in the Eucharist and to be true Eucharistic worshipers. Now we will see love for Our Lady. The trusting love of Our Lady, learned from his mother, as we have just heard, would accompany him throughout his whole life. As a young priest, when he was assisted by her illness, it would accompany him throughout his whole life. As a young priest, when he was assisted by her in his illness, preventing him from undergoing surgery, love for her at the hour of the cross, that was the day of his arrest, August 15th, 1975, and every day thereafter until he was released on a day consecrated to her after 13 years of imprisonment. Love and trust in what she asked of him for the service of the Church of Christ. Our Lady would accompany him in his agony with the touch of the Hail Marys. In August 1957, he took the train to Lourdes. As had happened to him in the forest of Lavang, Tuan felt the physical presence of the Virgin Mary as he approached the place. Tuan prayed in the grotto and heard in his heart the same words that the Virgin had addressed to Bernadette. I do not promise you joys and consolation on earth, but trials and suffering. Suddenly, he realized that those words were also directed to him. The more he prayed, the more distinctly he heard the message. Without fully understanding what he was saying, Tuan murmured, "In the name of your Son, and in your own name, Mary, I accept all trials and sufferings." As this thought went into the depths of his heart, Tuan did not feel the slightest bitterness. He knew that he had distinctly heard a call to martyrdom and had accepted it, but without having the remotest idea what his trials and sufferings would consist of. Now his life in Rome. Rome, being back in the Eternal City, was another miracle for Tuan. He met Pope John Paul II several times and was moved to tears when the Pope confidently told him how he had followed his martyrdom closely. He was with Cardinal Angelo Casaroli, the Vatican Secretary of State, and Cardinal Angelo Rossi, who had visited Tuan's parents in Australia in 1980. Tuan attended the intensive theology course to bring himself up to date and had the pleasure of meeting friends who had come from all over Europe to meet with him. Every now and then he would ask himself, why am I here? Why am I still alive? God has preserved my life. What does he still have in store for me? However, he felt no urgency to find answers to such questions. At that moment, he was happy to be alive and to see that the world was so beautiful. Juan lived in the simplicity of a child while in Rome, always maintaining the perspective that power is service, wearing only one uniform, having only one language, charity. Such was the life motto he had both in prison and his service in the Vatican. During his illness, Cardinal Tuan struggled with serious health problems for more than a year after the surgery he underwent in Boston, but he looked forward to the future without any fear or anxiety, because it was not so important to him whether God would give him many or few more years to accomplish his work. What mattered was accepting everything that happened to him as God's will. Tuan did not manifest any sadness or bitterness because of his illness. He was so attuned to God's will that he felt no need to finish anything at all costs or to leave a perfect, well-organized legacy. He continued to live day by day, exactly as he had lived his 13 years of imprisonment. He had already advanced far in the journey leading to his final encounter with God, counting every step he had taken and thanking God for the wonderful gift of life. Thus, found joy in each passing moment as he walked toward the plenitude of the promise of eternal life. Even in the last months of his life, Tuan continued to be an innovator, and his spirituality continued to expand in many directions. Tuan wanted to put his political spirituality, the hardest part of his spirituality to understand, at the center of his message. According to him, when God is present in political decisions and supports a nation's political efforts, the result will be highly profitable for that nation and its people. In a homily he preached in Milan, Italy, during a celebration of an anniversary of the death of the former Italian Prime Minister Amintore Fanfani, Tuan presented what he called the Beatitudes for political leaders, which are also so well known and popularized with its awe-inspiring simplicity and call to holiness for all. The saints are indeed a call to holiness for all, leaving no one out. Death, entering eternal life. He suffered from a rare form of cancer from December 2000 until September 2002. He died on September 16, 2002, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon at the Pius XI Health House in Rome. He felt no pain during the last days of his life, although he was not given painkillers. He was at peace. His face was serene. His funeral was celebrated on September 20, 2002 in the St. Peter's Basilica by the Secretary of State, the late Cardinal Angelo Sodano, and presided over by Pope John Paul II. In his farewell homily, the Pope recalled, in his last days, when he was no longer able to speak, he would keep his gaze fixed on the crucifix that stood before him. He prayed in silence as he consummated his ultimate sacrifice, crowning an existence marked by a heroic configuration to Christ on the cross. Now that the Lord had tested him as gold in the crucible and has accepted him as a burnt offering, we can truly say that his hope was full of immortality. That is, it was full of Christ, the life and resurrection of those who trust in him. Cardinal Van Thuan's death was, in fact, a true witness to hope, just as his life was. May his spiritual legacy, as well as his hope, be full of immortality. He leaves us, but his example remains. Faith assures us that he is not dead. He has only entered the eternal day that knows no sunset. This is the finish of the citation of Pope John Paul II's homily. Continue Father's talk. The recognition of Cardinal Van Thuan's holiness is not, in my opinion, something that happened only after his death. From the concrete sharing of his journey with God through the world-renowned work, 5 Loaves and 2 Fishes, as well as through his book, Testimony of Hope, fruit of the spiritual exercises preached to the Roman Curia during the Jubilee of 2000, we can say that he already had it, especially after the writing of these works. All over the world, people were falling in love with the figure of a great man of God who was in love with his Lord up to the last consequences. I would even say that all of Van Thuan's works, to which I was engaged with the translation and publication to Portuguese, are an expression of first-hand experience and a living testimony that attracts readers who later become Van Thuan's friends or devotees. Knowing that without private devotion there can be no public veneration in the Church, to which we now know to be closer, we are just waiting for God to grant a miracle through his intercession as a sign to his Church. I would like to witness to the sanctity of Venerable Cardinal Vantuan's life through many people I have met, including some who claim to have crossed paths with this holy man in their lives. All these testimonies emphasize seeing in Vantuan's experience in prison the highest degree of heroic virtue. In Mozambique, he is the model for the forgiveness of enemies, for the restoration of peace after their long and atrocious war. Even if he is a figure just made known to thousands of people, as was in my case there in early 2020. In northeastern Brazil, the recognition of a detached and poor life is like a call to embrace the same evangelical poverty. Over the several years of repeated missionary work in the most diverse states of Brazil, even and also in Portugal, people are captivated by his deep amour and docility to Our Lady, which is constant prayer and surrender to Jesus through Mary demonstrate. To so many persecuted people, such as those in Iraq, Syria, as well as in China, in the beatification prayer of Cardinal Vantuan, in the language of each of these countries, the figure of the most persecuted person feels close and makes it very easy to approach the figure of the Cardinal. You have a homeland, Vietnam, a country so beloved through the centuries. It is your pride, your joy. Love its mountains and its rivers. These words of Vantuan show the sacrifice love with which he loved his country, and the love for his country affirmed up to the last breath. As was the same during his time in Rome, for where he was connected with so many Vietnamese communities around the world. But this love for his country not only constitutes the love that each one of us has for our own country, which is the kind of love that Vantuan had for Vietnam. It is also a call for unity and fraternity, which he greatly responded to as an ambassador for justice and peace, according to the mandate of St. John Paul II in the service of the former Pontifical Council for Justice and Peace. It is also worth noting in his work on the Compendium of the Catechism of the Social Doctrine of the Catholic Church, one of the great hallmarks of his service to Rome, and from Rome to the whole Church in our civilization. Hope bloomed in the poor and lightless homes of the sick people from Pico Leao on the Santiago Island in Capo Verde, where the life of a simple and sick cardinal became a model in suffering for each of them during his mission with the young people who now are also spreading the cause of Cardinal Vantuan. Cardinal Vantuan was also a great prophetic sign, or prophet, for the reform of the Roman Curia because of the simplicity and detachment with which he lived his cardinalate, which he showed through his witness without raising a voice. He rode a motorcycle through the streets of Rome, lived in a simple house, cooked for his friends, listened to his collaborators with profound humanity and closeness in this palace of St. Callisto. He, a prince of the church, a cardinal who was clothed in the color of martyrs, having experienced the martyrdom of his own life, a martyrdom that was also moral, being as he was considered a traitor of his country, which he had to confess, even if he never did, to have freedom back. When asked if he was happy to be free, he replied to the same reporter, "I have always been free. Free behind bars." I have witnessed many miracles in people's lives, some even sent to the process of declaration of his heroic virtues or the cause of beatification and canonization on other occasions. There is one miracle of which our dear Cardinal Vantuan is an expert. At least I consider it as such. the pacification of the hearts of those with serious and terminal illnesses, such as he personally experienced, of prisoners, families, people, countries in disagreement that experience the forgiveness of their enemies. Forgiveness in the greatest of miracles, even if it does not count for the beatification process. Forgiveness is one of the greatest miracles. It concerns the conversion of hearts and is a precious path to heaven. Pope Francis has talked several times about Cardinal Vantuan, alongside whom he was created cardinal in 2001 during the audiences in his writings on holiness. Pope Benedict XVI also mentioned him talking about hope in his letter Spe Salvi. Many people, thousands of thousands around the world, can see themselves in these words of Pope Francis during the closing session of the diocesan phase of the beatification process on July 6, 2013. His fame of holiness has spread precisely through the witnesses of so many people who met him and cherish in their hearts his meek smile and the greatness of his soul. Many also knew him through his writings, simple and profound, which show his priestly soul, so deeply united with the one who had called him to be a minister of his mercy and love. My final words are also from Pope Francis, who recently spoke to the new cardinals. The Pope once again gave as an example Cardinal Vantuan, who was called the shepherd of the people of God, who was called to be the shepherd, who was called to shepherd the people of God during the past crucial moments of the 20th century. Motivated by the fire of the love of God, he even cared for the souls of the prison guards who stood at the door of his cell. Thank you for your attention. Long live Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, whom the Cardinal much loved. Thank you, Father Marco. Thank you, and Viva Viva in response to your Viva to Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Thank you for your conference. Thank you for letting us go through again this journey of sanctity of the Cardinal, seeing different parts of his life. And with this, after this panoramic view of the Cardinal, we can see that the sanctity of the Cardinal was rooted in his life, in the high parts of his life and the low parts of his life, but it was rooted in his life. And so thank you for underlying the miracle of Cardinal Vantuan, the miracle that doesn't really count in parentheses, that doesn't count for the beatification, but it does count in the life of Cardinal Vantuan. The miracle of forgiveness and reconciliation. Cardinal Vantuan, he had a lot to do with this efforts, and even in his life and his efforts, by the example of his forgiving his enemies. And he underlined this. He wanted to underline this, to accentuate this aspect of his life. He even wrote about this life. In my life, I never have refused to love anyone. I had never stopped loving anyone. And this is important. And it continues to be important because the Cardinal continues to make this miracle in the Christian community, this forgiveness and reconciliation. And so we look towards him with hope and with the prayer that the Cardinal will continue to make this Cardinal of forgiveness. So when we have problems in our Christian community, we can look to Cardinal Vantuan as an example of forgiveness to help us with forgiveness and reconciliation. And so we start with the third conference of our day, of our International Congress. We will hear now from Monsignor Bernard Munono. He's an official of the dicastery. He received his degree in philosophy and African religions in the Catholic faculty of Kinshasa in Zaire, his doctorate in philosophy and one in theology at the University of Fribourg in Switzerland. He forms part of the group in charge of the organization of the Compendio of Social Doctrine. Oh, he did form part of the group of the writing of the Compendium of the Doctrine of Social Doctrine in the Church that was given by St. John Paul II to the then Pontifical Council of Justice and Peace under the presidency of Archbishop Francis Xavier Van Thuận. He is also a Catholic observer on the Commission of Churches for the International Affairs of the Ecumenical Council of Churches. He has received the International Prize John Paul II in 2020 in the 100th anniversary of the birth of the Holy Father, in recognizing his work in sharing his life and the light of the social doctrine of the Church. It's an honor and a privilege for me, and above all, it's a privileged responsibility, a privileged duty to pay tribute to the man who humbly called himself Uncle Francis, so as not to embarrass others. In accepting this task, I am fully aware that there are more qualified people than I among those who lived in close contact with him, who could have offered a better presentation of this topic. But since the choice has fallen on me, I would like to offer here some reflections on the mission based on the example of Van Thuãn's life, the missionary of yesterday and of today. It moves me to speak of him in this place. I'm very moved to speak of him in this specific place that was his home for years and important in his mission within the Roman Curia. It was from here that he radiated throughout the whole world and the universal church, announcing the gospel of justice and peace. We commemorate the 20th anniversary of his death.
Dialogo nella ricerca e nell'impegno per un mondo migliore. In questo momento,
we commemorate the 20th anniversary of his death in this place, where he himself received apostolic workers from all over the world, groups of bishops on ad limina visits, representatives of the political, civil, cultural, and academic worlds, all open to dialogue in the search and commitment for a better world. At this moment, as we pay homage to him, the humble apostle of Christ is present in our midst. He is looking at us with his piercing gaze, with his disarming smile, and he comes to us with his hasty and confident step, and listens attentively to all of what imperfectly our poor words try to express. However, we must not lose sight of the fact that Cardinal Van Thuãn's life, holiness, and mission are parts of a whole, dimensions of the same personality, so intertwined that it is difficult to separate them from each other, except for methodological reasons. Those who knew him know that Cardinal Van Thuãn was neither a theorist nor a scholar, and trying to theorize his life is difficult. We can, in my opinion, talk about him, present some characteristic traits without aspiring to exhaust them. I met Cardinal Vantuan when he arrived in the Roman Curia, first as vice president of the Pontifical Council for Justice and Peace, and then as president of the same dicastery until his death. He was sought out by all to preach retreats and spiritual exercises, give lectures. He was like a magnet that drew people around him. Those who heard about him wanted to meet him or to write him. His own life was more than teaching. His texts were quite short, incisive, and concrete. I'm thinking of his famous The Defects of Jesus, a text so instructive and full of humor that to the learned of this world, at first glance, it would seem like a heresy. Instead, it was rather a way of conveying the gospel message in a personalized way. Let us also think of the Beatitudes of the politician taken up by Pope Francis in his message for the World Peace Day 2019, not to mention the 10 words to remember in his life. At this point, I would like to try and outline. It's not easy because you've listened to many references, you've followed these reflections, you've meditated. And who speaks at the end risks repeating what has already been said. I have listened also what the others have said, and so I will try to, in my conference, to outline the identikit of the missionary, of this person in his holiness, the holiness of this servant of God, Cardinal Vantuan. As a point of beginning, I can say his life has been rooted in his culture, in his tradition, and in his faith, above all in his faith. The genealogy of Jesus, written in the Gospels, was the theme of which Cardinal Vantuan dedicated the first meditation of the spiritual exercises he preached to the Roman Curia in 2000, in the presence of Jean Paul II. In them, he wished to emphasize his Vietnamese and Asian origins, the genealogy of his ancestors for 15 generations, the role of his family, particularly that of his mother, in his awakening to the faith. It is to her that he dedicates the book of the exercises, but also that of his father, who was an engineer, who built part of the cities of his country, and from whom he learned about the elements. It is also in this context that we understand the place given to the Virgin Mary, to women, but also to the Church as woman and as mother. It is not without reason that Pope Francis gave this advice to young people. If a person makes a proposal to you and tells you to ignore your history, not to treasure the experience of your elders, to despise all that is past, and look only to the future that he offers you, is that not an easy way to lure you with his proposal so that you do only what he tells you? That person needs you to be empty, uprooted, distrustful of everything, so that you can trust only His promises and submit to His plans. This is how ideologies of different colors work. They destroy or deconstruct everything that is different, and in this way, they can dominate without opposition. For this purpose, they need young people who despise history, who reject the spiritual and human richness that has been handed down through the generations, who ignore all that has preceded them, because the memory of a people is part of its deep identity. Pope Francis also said, identity and dialogue are not enemies. One's cultural identity is deepened and enriched in dialogue with different realities. Let me speak now of his humility. His humility in all trials. Jesus, the Son of God, always presented himself as the one sent by his Father. Despite his divine filiation, which would give him all privileges, he agreed to humble himself, lower himself, and become like man. Similarly, all those he calls in his wake and who want to be his disciples must enter into the same kinetic logic of stripping of themselves and humility. For this we refer to Philippians 2, chapter 2, verse 7. To be a missionary is to be called and sent on mission by someone else to whom one will be accountable at the end of life. And the message we proclaim is not our own message, but that of the message whose ambassador and envoy we are. Like John the Baptist, who prepares the way of the Savior and says to those who follow him, he must increase and I must decrease. A true missionary does not dethrone the one who sends him and does not try to replace him. He uses his strengths and means to fulfill the mission he has been entrusted with. Cardinal Vantuan was a man of great humility. He said, I, Francis, servant of Jesus Christ, least among the successors of the apostles, do not think I know many things before you, except Jesus Christ crucified. These were his first words at the beginning of the spiritual exercises of the year 2000 in the Roma Curia. He did not burn the stages or seek honors. In one of his many conferences around the world to which I accompanied him, I witnessed a rather original scene. During the working conclusions of the day, the moderator referred to Bishop Vantuan with the appellation of Cardinal, which he was not yet. A participant in the hall stood up to protest before him. But the Cardinal did not get upset. He never spoke to me about the episode again, not even in private. Ridiculed and even insulted, he never reciprocated and never said that he was offended or humiliated. He was patient in everything and with everyone. We can say with Benedict XVI that he was truly the humble servant in the Lord's vineyard. Important is also listening and respect that a missionary should have. Cardinal Vantuan listened to everyone. He understood, as St. John Paul II affirmed, that each concrete man who was on his road was the road of the church. And he took the beautiful risk of walking that road. It implies for humility to give up all pretensions, to consider themselves to be the exclusive and arrogant holders of the truth, but servants of the gospel, and called to cooperate with everyone. The church, and the missionary in particular, proclaims the gospel, but also dialogues, listens, and makes cultures destined for the good news let themselves be transformed and purified by it. The missionary must be aware that in mission lands, one needs to learn to navigate rough waters, hence the importance of the virtue of prudence and discernment. Freedom from all conditioning. As the episode of the sending of the disciples showed, the missionary must strip himself of everything that may prevent him from fulfilling his mission and accept the hospitality offered to him. He must be independent of favors and privileges which may condition or corrupt his person and make his mission less credible. Free, without allowing himself to be shackled, and open the eyes and hearts of others to the understanding of the mysteries of the kingdom without closing his own. Cardinal Vantuan recounted bribery proposals made to him by a foreign country in exchange for large sums of money, but in clear opposition to his duties as a citizen, his vocation as a Christian, and his role as a pastor. His refusal to do so would get him into trouble, as recounted in his story. Later, preaching the spiritual exercises at the Vatican, he offered a meditation on the Ad Summus prayer that would be worth meditating on. He said, among other things, "What can be the sins and defects from which we ask to be delivered by the power of the Holy Spirit? Perhaps the lack of justice in our actions, if we are perturbators in juste, perhaps the lack of objectivity in judgment and decisions, of careful study of matters, of attention to truth, of the exercise of discernment. It may be that human frailty makes us weak in yielding to receive favors, that it makes servile fear prevail in us before the powerful, or that our judgment is conditioned by personal favoritism to the point of somehow yielding to corruption. All this we say with humility to the point of feeling a certain unease." Another aspect of missionary life is to think big and act small. The disciple, the envoy, is, like his master, the man of small numbers, to use an expression of Cardinal Vantuan himself. He works with few means, 5 loaves and 2 fish. He is attentive to the underserving. He is attentive to the undeserving, to children, to the least of the kingdom, to sinners, as the parables of the lost things, the lost drachma, the lost sheep, the prodigal son, particularly remind us, showing that the Master does not skimp on means to recover what has been lost, even if it means leaving an entire flock to go out in search of the single sheep. Think of other stories where the kingdom of God is small and hidden in its origins, and great in its final fulfillment. For example, the mustard seed. The missionary must therefore act small, but think big. There is no point in undertaking grandiose works. What is important is to start with the means at his disposal, and then engage in what I will call the mission in small steps, leaving it to the Lord of the kingdom to take steps where he deems it necessary for the growth of the kingdom and the glory of his name. This makes us think about what the church should be, a church of the poor, a theme so dearly to the Holy Father as well as to Cardinal Vantuan. The expression, the church of the poor, does not mean that we want people to remain poor, but rather that we will strive to raise their standard of living in every respect. Preparing for the future. One of the characteristics of the missionary is that of striving for the faithful fulfillment of his mission. Now, this mission implies that the one being sent, as the Baptist said, diminishes to make room for the one who sent him, or the one who comes after him. It is therefore not only in relation to the one who sends him that the missionary must take second place, but also in relation to those to whom he is sent. It is a matter of valuing people, their abilities and skills, so that they too become collaborators and missionary workers in the Lord's vineyard. Jesus prepared the next generation by calling the disciples to follow him and choosing from among them closer co-workers to whom he entrusted or secretly explained certain things, which were not given to everyone to understand. Later, he would make them envoys for the continuity of his mission. Cardinal Vantuan would often think about the future of his mission. Not only did he continue to offer encouragement to his faithful from the jail where he was imprisoned, but he founded a congregation of indigenous nuns, supported other religious communities, and promoted the formation of the laity. In this way, he worked for the integral human development of his diocese and the whole church through concrete projects with the help of Caritas, Catholic Charities. Cardinal Vantuan was convinced of this, a humble manager who has a sense of social responsibility, works in view of a succession, whoever the successor may be. Strive to give stability to your work without thinking of your personal reputation or advantage. A missionary should also be selfless and self-sacrificial. A truly missionary spirit must be selfless and attentive to the needs of others. Attentive, like the Good Shepherd who knows his sheep with the fragrance and smell of his sheep. He is a brother among brothers and a father who teaches his children. The goal of his apostolate is those who entrusted to his care the sheep may have life and have it in abundance. When we speak of needs, we should think of the person as matter and spirit, body and soul, whose needs should not be limited to one dimension or the other, but taken in the totality and unity of the person. Material needs are as important as those of the soul's care. Hence his interest in the development of individuals and the communities to which they belong. While he was busy taking care of liturgical celebrations, spiritual exercises, Cardinal Vantuan was interested in the situation and needs of the people around him. He would ask employees about their families and loved ones. I think equally of the Holy Mass intentions that he discreetly bestowed anonymously by putting the money in an envelope accompanied by a word of gratitude for the cooperation and encouragement to keep going. Needless to say, I too kept one or the other of those words of father, brother, and friend that he addressed to me. I visited him in the hospital one of the last days before his death, when he barely recognized people. He recognized me, and despite his pains and sorrows, he even told me that he remembered that he owed me for the translation work of the Compendium of Social Doctrine that I was doing. I reassured him, but we both knew that these were his last hours here on earth. I firmly believe that from heaven he continues to pray for the Curia, the church, to which he gave his life for unity among the bishops, and to pray to God to keep those entrusted to his leadership in unity, and to bring to completion the work he was unable to complete during his earthly pilgrimage. A missionary should be attentive and have discernment. He should discern before acting. And so he should know how to swim in the rough waters of society and history with simplicity and gentleness, but also and above all with caution. Hence the importance of discernment in evaluating situations and making decisions. I remember that while I was working on the compendium, for which I had been asked to do a translation other than my own language, he wrote to me, "I know your abilities, but I recommend that you work with someone who is a native speaker to avoid being falsely rejected for the translation you are doing." He knew how to get around obstacles and not fall into some human traps. He was also a man who constructed communion and unity. The missionary needs to gather, never to divide or disperse. He who divides and disperses is not a shepherd, but a mercenary. Cardinal Vantuan always worked for unity, especially within the diverse communities with different components, as in the Roman Curia Dicastery. He loved each one of his collaborators with the same love symbolized by the petals of rose he had in his office and whose meaning he explained. So they told me that I can speak 10 more minutes now. So everyone has spoken about love and forgiveness and reconciliation. He lived this. He said there are no enemies. We can only be friends amongst ourselves. Christians are called to bring this flame of love to others. And very importantly, and maybe even more important, was his prayer. Prayer is the soul of the missionary apostolate. Our Lord Jesus Christ prayed much, especially before he sent out his missionaries to mission. The cardinal was a man of prayer, and he knew that this helped him to fight against the forces of evil. And he had, I remember that he had this statue in his office that was in the form of many little demons that he received in one of his trips in Mexico. And he was alert to this reality of the forces of evil, for he knew he was subject to temptation because of his human condition as a sinner who was called to conversion and to witness his faith and hope to anyone who asked him. So hope should be the last to die, as everyone says. It's very important. Without hope, how would it be possible to love, forgive, and reconcile, to start over again, to start over together? Hope, however, does not mean that everything will go well. Rather, it is that deep quality of faith, that is that Cardinal Vantuan was 13 years in prison, and he prayed. Cardinal Vantuan drew from prayer, simple and brief, the strength of perseverance and faith, trusting in the intercession of the Blessed Virgin Mary, for whom he had a great devotion in his life, and this prepared him. And so now I will take some words from Bishop Raymond Marie Chigumbo, who also suffered prison, who compares the time of prison as a novitiate time, when he says the time of mission impossible in the eyes of men for a former prisoner who was in a desperate situation, indeed more than desperate. He was believed dead. The people offered many requiem masses for me, but God can write straight over crooked lines. And these masses for a dead man have yielded many years of life. We can also talk about his testimony and consistency in his life. The choice of God in our lives, explains the servant of God, has its consequence, the categorical rejection of idolatry. Today, as in Old Testament and New Testament times, he who chooses God must accept any disadvantage in the field of economics, power, or other interests. This, the Cardinal says, because of this choice, there are those who can no longer enter university, those who do not get jobs, those who are left without a country. Generations of Christians in many countries courageously accept these sacrifices. The courage of consistency of life is the visiting card of the missionary, as of every good Christian. This is particularly manifested by good example in life, so that it may not be a cause for scandal, but rather an encouragement to follow Christ faithfully. The only Bible that is read by the so-called distant ones is the lives of Christians. The authentic, credible missionary is the one who attracts and leads others to faith. He does not lead them away from it. In this, he must be a leader, a caring guide, like any good pastor. Van Thuận advises, if God wants to choose you to be responsible in whatever situation you are in, always be humble and generous. You have an extremely important mission. Without dwelling further on this topic, I invite you to meditate on the beautiful reflections offered by the servant of God on leadership in his book, Road of Hope. After a careful reading, as a conclusion, a careful reading of the servant of God's life shows us that it was traced from his mother's womb and through a whole series of memories, including his baptism, with the name given to him being that of a missionary, St. Francis Xavier. Then his years of formation for the priesthood, the episcopal ministry with the motto he chose for himself, Gaudium et Spes, with his pastoral letters in the footsteps of the Second Vatican Council, the martyrdom of imprisonment, the liberation under the sign of the Virgin Mary, the exile in Rome, and service to the Roman Curia, and finally the testimony of the sufferings endured until death. These are the crooked lines of his life of holiness which he lived, and which is proposed to the Church as a path of love, faith, and hope against all hope. Nothing is written in advance in a man's life. Only God can write straight over the crooked lines of our lives if we place our trust in him, as his servant Cardinal Van Thuận did. May he intercede for us so that we too, walking in his footsteps, may become collaborators of love and credible witnesses of hope in our world. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie mille, Monsignor Bernard Funono, per questa bellissima conferenza, proprio che Monsignore Bernard ha voluto intitolare Missione in.
Thank you, Monsignor Bernard, for this conference, which he wanted to entitle Impossible Mission. Impossible Mission. So this identikit, this original identikit, with 13 aspects, which I won't repeat. You might not remember all of them, but for our consolation, we will publish these conferences after all the three conferences. And this is a very important aspect, the missionary aspect in Cardinal Van Thuận, which invites us to be as well missionary disciples in our life. And so, to use the expression of Pope Francis in Evangelii Gaudium, all of us, by the force of our baptism, are missionary disciples of Christ. So I want to highlight a very important aspect of the conference, which Monsignor Bernard underlined. Forgiveness. Christians are responsible for taking this flame of love of Christ and bring it into the darkness and disperse the clouds of darkness. And this was an inspiration for our servant of God. And this is a very important mission to proclaim Jesus Christ as love of God for all of us. And so now we have a little bit of space. We have 20 minutes for some questions or some questions. So I'm going to invite all the speakers to come up to the table. So we're going to give the microphone to Cardinal Ray, so he can speak where he's standing. He just received the microphone. So It seems to me that this morning the fundamental aspects of the great spirituality of Cardinal Antoine have been outlined here, but I would like to add that Cardinal Antoine had made honor to the Cardinal College. The Cardinal College also asks that you conclude this way of when you're talking about his virtues and everything for his canonization. I think that the sanctity of Cardinal Antoine is clear. It's clear as the sun. He was a man of great faith. He suffered for the faith, 13 years in prison, and he witnessed faith, hope, and charity. And so, please hurry up and finish this cause so that we can have soon this beatification as an honor to the College of Cardinals. This is what the Cardinal has just asked. This is from the head of the College of Cardinals. Monsignor Cardinal Ray has just asked for this. Father said that it's not just a request, it seems to be a mandate. So myself in the academic world, I see that our role, our more important role for the academics is to understand deeper, have a deeper understanding of the life of the Cardinal so that we can share and divulge the message of the life of the Cardinal. Personally, I would say that it's profound, great in his simplicity. This is the gift of the Cardinal, to transmit, that he transmitted profound concepts with a great simplicity, and his way of hope, So we need to read and reread and have a profound understanding of the writings of the Cardinal. Monsignor Bernard would like to thank His Eminence Cardinal Ray for his beautiful words of Cardinal Antoine, and he spoke of Cardinal Antoine and the contribution that Cardinal Antoine gave to the College of Cardinals. But I would also like to remind all of you that Cardinal Ray when Cardinal Ray was the substitute of the Secretary of State, when the compendium of the doctrine of the faith, of the doctrine of social doctrine of the Church was promulgated. And so I would like to thank in name of Cardinal Antoine, I would like to thank in name of the Cardinal Antoine to Cardinal Ray for the work that he did on the compendium. And so now, would any of you like to say anything or ask any questions? Please raise your hand and then come to the microphone.
Coraggio. Ecco, prego.
Can you please present yourself? Stand up so that... Can you say your name, please? I have heard from Father Lewis, the political spirituality, Cardinal Antoine. And so I've also heard from Monsignor Bernard the memory of a people is the identity of the person. So my question is this: how does the Vietnamese culture, even with the combination of religion from the Asiatic perspective, how does this culture create the identity of this cardinal, of this future saint? So please, Father Marco. I would say that the spirituality, the political spirituality of Cardinal Antoine, we know his thoughts and his concern, especially with the compendium of the doctrine of the social doctrine of the church that Monsignor Bernard would know more than me. But I would say something maybe that be smaller in his political spirituality that perhaps isn't something that is well known, but maybe when he went and talked, give the homily for the funeral of this politician in Milan, the anniversary of life, they came to visit him from Vietnam, and so he opened up a bottle of champagne and celebrated with some politicians that came from Van Thuan to celebrate his anniversary, his birthday. And so Father Marco says that this is an example. The cardinal opened the bottle of champagne and said, well, this means I'm not supposed to go to Vietnam. And this acceptance and this celebration, even in this trial, is an example of his political astuteness and how we should live this political dimension in a Christian way. He was not, it was very difficult he was not open to manipulation by others, to be used by others. He knew how to behave in every situation to protect the Christianity.
Sua Eminenza Cardinale George Pell, che ha conosciuto
I would also like to recognize the presence of Cardinal Pell, who knew Cardinal Van Thuan very well. And I don't know, Cardinal Pell, if you would please like to give us an example of something that you remember, memory from. So, Your Eminences, my dear friends, I'm very happy to say a few words about this very wonderful cardinal. I hope I too will be I too hope that he will be declared a saint soon. I knew the family of the Cardinal Van Thuan. I knew his uncle, President Azim, and he came from a family that had made a magnificent contribution for 3 generations. His uncle was president of Vietnam, and he was killed, unfortunately, during the war. I met with His Eminence the first time in Hanoi. I was there with Cardinal Cassidy. I was the president of Catholic Charities, and we went, and Cardinal Van Thuận was almost free. He lived under house arrest, and we spoke there in Hanoi, and he came to Rome, and he lived in Foyafati, and then he entered in the Council of Justice and Peace, and he lived above us here. The only time that I came to Rome, I met with him. I read his books, and I too was in a bit of difficulty in prison 2 or 3 years ago. I asked and received his books. I prayed with the subjects of his books, and I received much encouragement by his example of faith and hope and perseverance during this difficult time. I agree with the profoundness and simplicity of his spirituality. He's a big help for me. And I think that he will be for many generations to come. He will be a special help. It's an honor for me to have known him. He was a true and wonderful priest, archbishop in Cardinal. Thank you, Your Eminence. Thank you. Thank you for these words. Anyone else would like to say anything? The sister who's in the back. Can you briefly give a presentation and say what you'd like to say? First of all, I would like to say thank you for your presentation. It's very interesting for us who are relatives of the Cardinal. I would like to ask a question to Monsignor Bernard. There's 13 principal points that you presented of being missionary. Which of these points is more important for the mission of today? Thank you for the question. Now, Monsignor Bernard, what would you like to say? Thank you, sister, for the question, but it's really a very difficult question because thinking on these 13 points, I didn't think that I would have to limit myself to 5 or 8 or 12, but writing, I came to 13. And so, as I said at the beginning, regarding the theme of this conference, life, holiness, and mission, I said that they are dimensions of the same personality, and they are intertwined, and so it's difficult to separate them from each other. And I would say that the 13 points that I presented as identikit of a missionary are intertwined amongst themselves, and it's very difficult to separate them. If you would have followed with attention, which I hope you did, there are points that overlap one and the other because it's the same personality. And so speaking of hope never dies, but it's not that hope is at the end. The hope, see, if I say hope, if I say love, forgiveness, and reconciliation, this is important, but without hope, I can't say that. It can't be, these other things can't be important if they're not rooted in hope. There won't be love, there won't be forgiveness if they're not rooted in hope. But I can also say that for the other characteristics as well. And so you ask me a question, and you are relatives of the cardinal, so I will ask you, and I will give this to you as like a homework. You look in each one of these 13 points. Which of these points is more important? Which of these points is like the motor of the other? Would it be the prayer? Would it be love, like Pope Benedict said? Prayer is the soul of the apostolate. Love is the soul of our work. So how do we separate them? They are intertwined. And so this identikit is very intertwined. So I pass it back to you and say you study each one of these and try to distinguish which is the motor behind. So in reality, looking at all 13 of these points, you find a person. It's the structure of a person. And behind this person of the cardinal, we see Jesus. Jesus, the whole life of Jesus. And so, if we want to choose one denominator of all the aspects of the cardinal's life, we would say it's Jesus, Jesus himself, Jesus as missionary. Cardinal Vantuan followed and wanted to bring, in fact, he did bring to everyone Jesus. He brought Jesus to everyone with all these characteristics. And this is a reflection that we need to make. I would say Jesus is in the soul of the soul. Jesus, who is in the soul of the cardinal, is what illuminates all the works, everything, the whole life of a cardinal. If we follow all of these points, we will follow Jesus. We will be in friendship with Jesus, and that's for sure. That is for sure. If we follow all these points. Cardinal George Pell would like to say something about this. He would like to highlight something. And so Cardinal Pell says, we in Australia have a center that's called Domus Australia near the station, the Termini train station. And there's a big chapel there. and there are many different altars. And there's a magnificent painting of the cardinal portrait when he was in prison and celebrating the Mass with you who are here in pilgrimage, go there and pray in front of this image and pray for your family and friends and pray for the Australians and pray for the Vietnamese that are in Australia. Thank you, Your Eminence, for this invitation, which will conclude. So now someone will speak in Spanish. Okay. I would like to share something very, very small to unite to Monsignor Bernardo. In 2002, Cardinal Van Thuận came to a conference in Madrid, and we met with him in a familiar encounter with him. And when we spoke with him, we knew his life in the prison when he was confined to home confinement, and there was a lot of suffering. And I asked in this time, in 1975, many people lived in this concentration camp or work camp or re-education camp. But I asked him, how could he live that forgiveness to those who harmed him? And I think he said, we have to have hope. We have to have hope to be able to forgive. Many of his friends, companions of the prison and concentration camp, they aren't in the concentration camp anymore. They cannot forgive because they don't have hope. And so they live and die with the bitterness, with the hate and bitterness until the end. And so the cardinal said, he said it. And my father was also in the camp. And so I asked him, what's the difference between my father and him? And the cardinal is totally different. They lived such difficult experiences. And the cardinal says this. And so I always was left with this answer that the cardinal gave. And so this is what I want to share with you. And so you have understood more or less what she said, right? So let's give a round of applause for her. She said basically that the strength of the hope, of the cardinal's hope, of the virtue of hope, was what helped the cardinal to support it. And this hope, this Christian hope, this Christian love, behind all that is Jesus, and whose strength in Jesus, in whom he lived every day in the Eucharist, faithfully every day. And this is the point that we are invited. She said, Monsignor Bernardo said, I haven't understood everything that you said, but I understood the essential, and I am very content that you have made this reflection. this relationship between love, forgiveness, reconciliation, and the hope as a horizon that you could read even in the experience of your father, even though, as you said, it was nevertheless experiences that are a bit different between the cardinal and your father. But this horizon of hope is very important. There was one citation that I didn't read because there was no time, but the cardinal speaks specifically of his experience, his impossible missionary experience, because there was a time when he didn't have enough hope. He didn't have any more hope, and he was thinking, I'm condemned to this prison, and everything seemed dark. And he said, but I continued to hope. Like, when humanly speaking, there was no hope, but he continued to hope, and our Lord helped him, and Our Lady helped him and brought him strength. And this strength he came from his prayers, and this strength strengthened his prayers as well. And so that is the question that was asked by the niece of the cardinal. This is that each one of us reads in the 13 points of the Identikit, the missionary Identikit, which I tried to reflect upon. Each one of us has a personal understanding according to our own life experience. Like you highlighted hope because of your father's experience, the cardinal's experience, your own experience. And so thank you very much for your witness. Now, unfortunately, I must say that we have no more time, and so we will go to the conference room, which will be named the Conference of Cardinal Van Thuan. Now we will ask Doctoressa Luisa to say something to us. So I want to greet the family of the Cardinal. There is a cousin of the Cardinal here with her husband, and they are here. They're from the United States, and they have followed the cause step by step, and I would like to say thank you to them and greet them. Also in Canada, there will be a ceremony, and so the 17th, also in Belgium, Padre Leclerc is going to have another celebration, and just like that in many other countries. And also I would like to remind us about a person who still speaks about Cardinal Van Thuan, which is the professor of the Institute of Tumor in Milano, the doctor who operated on Cardinal Van Thuan. 20 years he's been speaking about Cardinal Van Thuan. Cardinal Van Thuan was operated in Milano, and knowing that the Cardinal was sick and worsening, he came many times to visit and consult with the doctors in Gemelli to visit them. And also, he participated at the two great ceremonies of the opening and closing of the cause. And he says he could not come today. And situations that happen. Milano today in the Institute, they are having a conference on reflection of the same cancer of the Cardinal, which is a very rare form of cancer, and exactly at the same time that we are having this conference. They are also studying this disease in Milan, and so it's one of those divine one of those divine circumstances that this is happening. And so I would like to thank all of you who are here. You please be patient, that I will respond to everyone who writes to me. And so I work underground, and I will continue to promote the cause of the Cardinal, and we are praying for a miracle. Thank you very much. Oh. Also, okay, so now to go to the sala, leave your headsets, please, in your chairs, and then we will guide you group by group, because we need to protect the distance between each one of you, because we want to take care of your health here. So there will be people outside, and they will guide you group by group. 3 groups. So you go in little groups. So you go little by little. So please let us observe the distance as we're walking in the hall. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone who's following us. So here we go. We can go now.